This is super not fun. Hopefully resetting everything will just kinda knock the dust off. It wasn't just me in this setup. My mom's computer was acting kind of stupid earlier, and my TV was having issues with some YouTube, so yeah, probably the reset will help everything across the board, hopefully. If not, then, maybe they're working on a line or some shit, and it's just fucking me up. I don't know, but thanks everybody for hanging around there and/or coming back, or whatever just happened there. Um, let's keep moving. Radio. Contents. That's fine. Things just don't have power. Fuck. Okay. Oh wait, no. Power is easy. I've got that. Yeah, I did that. Oh my god, I saved. Well, I didn't actually save. The auto-save came through. Saved my ass on that one, because I just shut everything down without even thinking. You guys saw me have to load an auto-save in there. I don't like doing that, but that's why it's there. It'll save your ass. Auto-save my ass, please. Thank you. Wish you could set it up to auto-save into separate save files. Like, alternating save files. There's probably a mod for that. Or every 5 minutes it saves to one file, and every 5 minutes, the opposite. You know what I mean. That way then you can go back, or you can go back. God, I don't really want to run my power like that. I don't really want to run it like that either. Shit. I guess I'll have to... Alright. Lean back. Don't look up. You're gonna break your neck. Can anyone tell me whether or not it just is terrible out there as far as you guys? Is everything at least coming through alright? Or am I just stuttery shit? Because, I don't want to have to drop to 480. But if that's what I gotta do in order to stream today, I will. Because I said I was gonna, and I should really stick to that. I'll just have people that I don't even know click on the stream, come in, comment. Why the fuck are you at 480? This looks like shit. I'm just leave. Oh. Sorry. Bad internet today. Do that famous thing where I just connect two things to each other and not to the power grid. It's like, that's cool. They still don't have power. I do that way too often. It's like, yeah, just connect everything. It's like, no, to grid, not to whatever the fuck. Okay, so they're all connected, which is good. How do you not have sewage? Oh, shit. Nobody has sewage. Except the power plant, which is on its own thing, so that it keeps dumping water back where it came from. The city itself is actually going to be built on, That's great. Right next to the highway, so everybody driving through the city gets to drive right next to your water treatment facility. That's a great move. Is that what I should do? That's what I should do for now. What kind of capacity is it reached? 160. No. You're gonna be the same as this, right? That is so convenient. I don't have to worry about balancing them. They balance themselves. Mint. Where is my water tower? Oh yeah, up here. Is that too close? don't think so. Maybe it is. This can't... That can't stay there. It'd be nice to have there, but it just... I am also back. And hopefully I stay back. Because honestly, the only thing that really frustrates me about all this is the fact that it's inconsistent for you guys. And hopefully it doesn't send multiple go-lives, because that would just be super annoying, and I would turn that off if that kept happening to me. Be like, I don't want to hear about this guy's fucking internet sucking ass every time it does. Okay, so that's there. I need to figure out where to put the water tower. I'd like to put it up on a hill somewhere, would be cute. Or like in the middle of something like this. Estimated 160,000. Yeah, sure, whatever. What a weird-ass spot for that. Let's go up here. That looks a little better. Yeah, fuck it. We'll go with up there. Yep. Connected. Awesome. Do you have power? Of course you don't have power. Why do you need power? You're gravity fed. Oh, it pumps up from the grid. Yeah, derp. We don't have water and nobody has sewage. Power. Power you. Where are you? I don't really want to do another tunnel that connects this tunnel to the one down here. But I do feel like this piece of rail is going to get real crowded. Because of these wood supports here. I mean, I guess if I wanted to, I could put another rail to its... to the right of it. But that's a decision I would need to make pretty soon. Actually, no, that space would be there for a while. Just because there's two rails here doesn't mean that everything would use it. There'd be no reason for them to go onto the second rail. Because, like, connecting them straight to each other would make sense, except then anything that goes from one state, not at this station, but to the other one, is going to have to go through one. You know, it's going to have to go through. Again, whatever. Right now, it's working the way that it works. This whole city is going to be a training experiment. Again. So bored of these freaking trains. Yep. I like trains. I definitely need that I like trains to be an emote once I get that ball up and rolling. That's one I definitely want. Off with power lines not being high enough. What, not high enough? I'm not high enough either. Technical difficulties this morning? Yeah, I'm not high enough for this shit today. I need power! What the fuck? I'm just gonna go around the back edge of this, because that's where I put change. And I kind of just hide it in here and not get messed with too much, because this is already done. Okay, so those guys are over there. I don't want to pull it here. I don't want to have anything cross here because the shipping lane comes up here and turns back around. So the fact that there's shipping lane here is why the bridge to the power plant's on this side, even though it has to pass rich fuck land. That's kind of weird, though. I really want the gated community to have a nice view of... Yeah. I'll figure that out. Alright. Have a nice lurk. Do this and see what still screams after a minute. Your bus station has no water. Son of a bitch. Okay, so we got that. Okay, so First off, what's up? How you doing today, Flair? I regret to inform you that due to all of the new train shit that came out recently, there's probably not gonna be much, if any, monorail in this city. Because along with all the train shit came Metro shit, so I got a lot of Metro toys to mess with this time around, so maybe a monorail loop downtown, but I doubt it. No. No more why? Oh, then we're on the same page. Word. Hashtag train toys. Just hashtag Metro shit. Dude, I've had a creative block most of the weekend. My Saturday, I bombed on Saturday morning, and it either got in my head or caused a creative block, or coincided with one, I don't know. But y'all see that I was off. I skipped Saturday night, all of Sunday, all of Monday, and all of Tuesday, and that's the longest I've skipped since I started. I've just been, like, I was asking people, what the hell happens when you get, like, a creative block? And they're like, just take time away from it. I'm like, but I can't! I'm like, you're gonna have to. I'm like, ah, shit. So. Nah, shit. You know? Is this gonna... Ooh. No, I don't like that. You're gonna have to flail away a little bit more. You can't ride the same curve, then you're gonna have to explicitly not ride that curve. See, if something isn't crispy, I don't really like to keep it because it looks like a mistake. So, if you can't get something to be quite perfect, or if you're gonna make, yeah, just make your turnaways a little explicit so they don't look like mistakes. Worst thing is, I could always... Huh. Whatever, not sure. Gotta start to sit, yeah. I haven't seen as many people streaming this city as I thought I would at first, but kind of talking to people, this map is not as easy of a pick as we kind of thought. Once you break everything back and look at it, I mean, it depends on which tiles you picked, but a lot of us are kind of like, what do? No. I've got some people that are playing multiple cities, so this is only some of their time, which is totally fine. I never said it had to be done at any kind of speed. Oh god, yeah, the 2 jobs. That'd do it. Bob's been going ahead on this, but he's also playing other games in between. Bob just went straight up like, alright, let's throw down some city streets. Like, he started with pure surface roads. I'm like, whew, alright.
You're listening to Downtown Radio on 109.7 FM.
So, I almost felt like maybe some people were... Is he gonna start soon? Yeah. See, I don't know if he's building... Because I see him playing it on... I see him on PSN playing it way more than he actually streams. So I don't know if he's been building it behind the curtain, and when he starts streaming it, it's gonna be... He's just finishing up the one that he... Is he finishing this one before he starts streaming it, or is he finishing up his old one? Because I know his old one. I know his Freak Cavern Coast has a lot of stuff going on, so I'm sure he wants to hang out there for a while, and I don't blame him. Yeah, I don't blame him for wanting to hang out there. That's got a lot going on to do, you know. He loves managing stuff, so going to a new city it doesn't seem like as much of his preferred method of gameplay, because it seems, just from my perspective, seems like he likes to manage a functioning city and add little things here and there, more so than having a blank canvas and going, where put what? But I may be wrong. He might absolutely rip through, building backbone, or I don't know. It's also a way for me to see how everybody starts a city and how they progress and grow and which parts they decide to put in first. Which will be kind of fun to see. Because, just between me and Bob, I started, with highways and the shipping lane and the airport and things like that, and he drew 2 big old circles on this and started building his downtown right off the bat. And downtown really messes with my head, so... yeah, that's what's up. Ah, shit, I'm not on Discord right now? Fuck. Not that I really do anything on there, but I don't have that open. Like, oh, Bobby. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, I wanted to have some of this at least planned out a little bit before I got on stream to build things, because I know how interesting it is to watch people go on. So, this is the A... You know what? Let's see. What do we have here? We have the A loop and the express loop are both stopping here. What do we have here? The A loop stops here, but the express loop goes through. That's why this is a through station, and this is a double platform. So as long as I get some of those things, thought out ahead of time, here's another one where the express loop's going to go through here, the express loop's also going through here, but the express loop is going to stop here. This is going to be one of them fancy schmancy poo double level train bitches coming off at the angles. Yeah, that's what I should call it. I should call this the fancy schmancy bitch, the angles and fun. No. But that's gonna have one of these here because that's 2 lines crossing 2 lines. So that's what's gotta happen there. As you see the way I labeled this one, I don't know what's gonna be on this last track. I labeled it going this way. So there's not gonna be any line actually stops, but this will allow out of state, and hopefully they're logical enough to put the out of state train on the platform that has nothing assigned to it, not the one that it comes through. If out of state ends up on this platform, then I'll just move my line to this one. That's fine. But that's what OS2 is. OS2 is the out of state. OS1 would be this line that goes from that end to that end. OS2 is a spike, OS1 is a through. I mean, at least you get to pick some... At least you have a choice between... You know what? I kind of wish that these train bridges were two-way. Because I don't do one-way rail bridges. And having the styled ones, other than this one, which I kind of like this one because it is simplified. It's a little bit wider on the deck, but it's simplified underneath as far as its support system. So, I like that. I wish we did get more bridges, because I'm not really using the keys. So I just paid $5 for a bunch of bridges that I kind of use, but I could go without them. I mean, do they have... Will they space closer than other rails because they're thinner? I haven't even really messed with them because just in my design, I'm like, why would I bother? A rail already functions in both directions. And that's what it needs to do. Like, or are you forced to use the same spacing as trains? Or can you actually get closer to each other? Because if you have to use the same spacing, then that just means that I take up twice as much space for the same amount of connectivity. I mean, if I have to mark underground, I don't like how the new bridges can't be used underground. Like, they should be able to be used underground, but just, you know, aren't styled. The fact you have to go back and use the regular train lines in order to do that. Can you smash them this close to each other? Because if that is the case, then I'm considering it in some places, but still. You know. You guys gotta realize, just because something exists in this game doesn't necessarily mean that it fits the way that I like to build. No, of course not. Why would they let you do that? Unless you have to stagger the supports. Nope, of course not. Yeah, that would just be too nice. Yeah, oh well. So, that's the way that's gonna happen. Oh. So they look like shit when you connect them to other stuff? Yeah, that, then, don't, yeah. I think, in general, most of us are way happier with the train DLC than the Bridges and Keys DLC. Is at least what I'm kinda hearing, but some of you guys go bananas and coconuts over keys. So, you know, that, some of you guys might like it. See, I did use the 3-lane viaduct for my express connector. And the way that I kept it like that is this is technically built over ground. And then I brought the ground up underneath it. Just why you'll sometimes see a visual glitch if I back out really far. Because of course the new assets aren't as polished as far as like visual glitches and stuff. See, I don't really build keys too much anyway. So they didn't add a whole lot for me. It's going to be interesting when I do try and... I don't even know if I'm going to key the edge of my city. I mean, I guess I should. But when I do that, it just messes with the grid. I hate what keys do to your cell grid. That's it. It's that simple. Oh, and I hate having to dig under them. We all have entirely different styles, and that's exactly why I like us building on the same map like this, as we can see. Yeah, the assets are the same. As far as directionally, I didn't know if they would even, like, yeah, it's the same two-way high. You're talking the rail one? I'm using elevated high-speed rail for almost all of my rail. Oh, it's so fun when I'm playing at night, and I've been, like, doing something zoomed out, and then I zoom in, and I go past something like a mining rig or something that is just loud as shit, and it's, like, behind me, and I've been playing at night by myself without headphones, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Oh, never mind, I'm next to a thing. Oh my god, you guys are the same chat color, except one of you has a tag, so that's a little bit easier. For a second I thought I was just talking to the one of you. And then I just noticed that. Dum 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 da dum. You guys can be the same color. I don't care. It's just just for a second there, I was like, oh, shit. I mean, if you guys want to fight over it, go ahead. You both have it. I'm surprised you guys haven't run into this issue at anybody else's chat. Am I the only person you both watch at the same time? Because now that I think of it, you guys both have that as your preferred color. I don't think I've seen either of you in a different shade or anything, so. Yeah, it actually does. Yeah, it fits both of you guys, so that's why I'm like, just keep it. It doesn't make sense for either of you to change. It was just me going, oh shit, for a second, and being like, oops, my bad. Okay, so this is the line that's going to connect up with D. Let's at least keep our pillars singles apart, just to make things a little easier. Okay. Do I want to curve this in or just go straight? Okay, I'd like another stop here. I guess just off here. Let's bring it in a little bit more. Then we'll do a stop. And it needs to be a through station, so we're gonna go. It's elevated through station. They're the same. Doesn't matter. 4, 5. I think that's the spacing. I don't remember. Elevated through B. Alright, elevated through B. Boink. Right, because that one is... Okay, yeah, that's D and OS2 through. Same as the one just up the line. Alright, that chat just went off. Where are we at for the other business? What's the most preferred station, and is there a difference in rail type? Now, I haven't like gone into a fully functioning city and messed with the rail types to see how they function. I would hope that the high-speed ones actually act as high speed, but from what I've seen, they run the same speed as the other ones, so that's kind of stupid. Maybe they act high speed if they run through something. Maybe they need so much distance to pick up speed. I don't know. I also haven't looked that up yet, so I don't know on that one. The preferred stations, I don't know. I haven't seen anybody else really playing with these too much. I know that the standouts are going to be, or the ones that people are going to try and use, hopefully, are going to be, you know, the cross train station there, or the angled cross train station, Old Market Station, and I was going to use the glass box, but I don't have enough. It just doesn't make that... I don't feel like doing it. I could, and it would work for this map, but it would just be a different configuration from what I'm trying to do, and I would use more... If I use the glass box, I wouldn't have as much metro in my city, because I would have to run train lines to other places in the city as well, and it would just... it would just complicate things a little bit too much. I want to still play with the metro toys, but right now I've just been messing with the train stuff, because the trains are going to deal with the suburbs and going through the city and out of state. So I'm getting that backbone taken care of first, and then it's going to just be mostly metro to get around on the actual downtown, both above ground and below ground. I'm going to have separate networks. Yeah, once you figure out what the 3 basic types of stations that we got are, then, and once you figure out how they act, then you're totally fine on that. It'll be a lot easier to mess with these and plan them. We've got... Don't worry about whether they're elevated or sunken or ground level or anything. They would all act the same whether or not they're at a different level. But your 3 basic ones are going to be a single platform station, which has one set of platforms, and the trains have to cross the platform. Has one set of stops. Then you've got your bypass stations, which have a set of rails that go through the middle of the station and don't stop, which is extremely useful if you're going to use express lines on the same tracks as local lines. And then you have your dualies, which have 2 sets of platforms, so you can have 2 lines run into the same station, and you're good. You just run one on the inside set of platforms and one on the outside set of platforms. So that crossover has 2 dual platforms, one that is a single story above ground and the other one's a single story below ground. Neither one of them are ground level. You got one that's a story below ground. So they're 2 stories apart. Which is kind of convenient, because if you place one of these, it gives you almost the level that you need to dig a basement. It's a little bit high.
It's Super Salmon Days down at Fish Brothers. For a limited time, bring in any fish and get
Just
a
have to lower it a
chilled
little
salmon
bit, and then you're
free. You heard right. Bring in
the right
any
trench
fish
level.
and get a free chilled salmon
I don't want to sit around.
And I mean any fish.
Explain
Got a swordfish lying around?
too
Bring
much.
it in.
I do want to
Got
get
a
some of the
goldfish
shit
you're
built.
sick of feeding? Bring it in. Got a fish that's been sitting in the sun for a few days? Bring it in. We'll throw it in with the rest of them. What we do with the fish is nobody's business but ours. Just enjoy your salmon $8.99 with our famous stew. So, welcome on into Fish Brothers Seafood and Restaurant, where everything's a great catch. Except the shrimp.
My name is Troy,
Ew.
and you're listening to Downtown Radio on 101.
One, 2, 3 and change to 1, 2 and change. That's fine. Okay. So the next thing that I'm going to do with these guys, in order to make them a through station for my out-of-states, is I'm going to turn this off. They'll allow out-of-state trains to go through it, I would assume. Yeah, use the station only for local trains. So the out-of-state trains should come through to here. Now I'm not 100% sure which platform they're going to use. They may use the one that's most convenient, or they may use one that's open. So what I'm going to do to test this theory now is I'm going to test my question, is I'm going to put a line on here, a local line. Actually, you know what? To make this even better test, I'm going to bring it out to here, and I am actually going to pull you here. Oh wait, no, I want to see if it'll go to the empty one first. So you go here, and here. So let's see if out-of-state trains... Oh, I won't get any out-of-state trains coming into my city until I have tourism demand. Fuck. Alright, well, that's not going to help me. Ah, where do I connect to the power? I guess I can get right next to it and it'll count. It does. I know I severed another line, yeah, right here. Okay, what do we got up here? Without any, No, you might get trains show up without any... No, because there's no reason for a passenger train to actually stop here if there's no passengers, right? Or would it just roll anyway? I don't know. I don't usually let my city live without having anybody living here. Why is that still showing no power? You should have gotten it by now. Because that really doesn't count. Shut up. Fine. Not really where I wanted to put that, but whatever. And this one does not allow intercity. This one does. I'm not sure if they changed the train station logic for it to use, for it to, like, an intercity train that is on a line headed to a station that it is allowed to go to, does it pick the line with the least amount of turns in order to get there, the path of least resistance, or does it pick the station that does not have another train stopping on it? Does it pick the open platform, or does it pick the path of least resistance, if the difference is minimal? And I've had boats pass a cargo harbor to go to another cargo harbor. It's not like you can only place one, and they'll all just go to the close one. They go to multiple. I've had cities where my cargo harbors ended up being, one of them was all importing and the other one was all exporting, because they were close enough together that it just sorted itself that way. Yeah, if it picks the path of least resistance. I'm wondering if placing a train on a platform will force it to pick an empty platform. But if it picks the path of least resistance, neither one makes that big of a difference. It's just a matter of where I place the blue ones. If I place the blue ones here, then my out-of-states will just take that one. If I find that they're using the same platform, I'll just move the blue dots over one. As far as my other out-of-states, they actually have dual platforms completely to themselves. So they can do whatever the hell they want, because they've got, yeah, they got the whole downstairs to play with. They don't pay attention to them. Okay, well, I'll just move the spots over now. Like I said, I haven't played with these too much in an active city. I didn't, like, put them into one of my cities that I already have going, and the way I handled trains before was dedicated lines, dedicated stations. Yeah, see? That's exactly it. That's why people usually isolate the intercity trains from local lines. That's why I hit such a mental block recently, because I just went through grand planning in my head and then putting it down. The Two River Junction, which was all dedicated lines, and now we have the ability to share. We have the ability to share lines and platforms. So that threw me for a couple of days. I was like, okay, then they can do, and then I need another line, and then I need, wait, no, they can share. Okay, if they share, what do I do the state? Yeah, so as soon as that clicked in my head, I was like, oh, word, okay, cool. Now I know the new way of doing it, which is closer to reality anyway. How it's semi-dedicated lines. They can share tracks, but they do not share platforms. And you just have to know what a through one is for. Okay, so this is a loop. Do I put a train station right next to a train station? Because then everyone will be like, that should have been a cross station. And really, it should. Damn it. You guys are right. That should be a cross station. Fuck. It's a matter of one of them needs to go down to ground level and the other one needs to stay elevated. Now, the fact that this one needs to be at ground level means that I could have... Oh, wait, no. If I have this one be elevated and I have the other one at ground level, then this one can continue... Not ground level, trench. If I have D at +1 and I have A drop down to -1, the ground level being 0, then A will be in a trench when it comes out of here. Which is probably more what I want anyway. Now I have to look at the angle of this thing. It was super rude to put this at a 45-degree angle, because I really have to think of shit. Can I get a road pointed that way? Alright, that's not right. I need a road pointed that way. I need the road pointed... Fuck. Yeah, inner city trains suck ass. Like, that's why I'm totally cool with maps that don't have out-of-state connectivity with trains. I'm like, yeah, I'll just build my inside network and I'll be fine. View station with these kinds of tracks. Oh yeah, I know. The spacing on these are like... I saw that the first night, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Why are these 1.5 cells apart? Why is it built on a half cell? Like, who uses a half a cell? However, one thing that they quietly added that I didn't see anybody else mention yet, city sidewalks will fill in the gaps between each other. Remember how it used to leave that stupid space if you would build on grid and you would have to, look. You could stack sidewalks into a promenade if you're careful with your dots. Bang. They used to leave the stupid spaces between them. Now they don't. This opens a door. Bob, if you watch this stream or you're out there, this opens the door. Yeah. That's how I can have a triple sidewalk down the middle of this park. And you can have double sidewalks that are fine. This is a triple side. I mean, this is... Yeah. Yeah. I'm so happy about that one. That opened a door. I've been really pissed off about it. Does it work at all angles? What do you mean? Does it work around curves? I don't know. I haven't messed with it that much, but I'm totally fine with it. But, like, that's what's going on all the way around here. This has an extra buffer around it, I think. No, it doesn't. But it could. Oh, some of the properties don't play nice with it. But actual sidewalks play real good with it now. And it plays super sweet with itself. So... Okay, fine, I'll build this way then. And remember, they give you that little extra connectivity if you're near something, so you got that working for you. I don't like that space. Then I'll just make it a line and I'll make it a tree line. How about that? Yeah. So that opens up some... Try it on a diagonal. Ooh. Wait, how do you build a diagonal with cells? Would I have to go off-grid in order to do that? What cells am I trying to grab? Wow, that's fun. At least they snap close enough that you can have one, turn your dots and lines on, and then just run next to it, and it'll give you that too. Oh, nope, that's a little fucky. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's perfect all the time, but it definitely helps if you build it just on grid. If you build square on grid. It works on diagonal, it gets a little fucky sometimes.
You're listening to Downtown Radio. I'm your host, Troy Anderson. Isn't it weird how history repeats itself?
That's nice, they give us a little bit of wiggle room with those now.
What was cool was totally lame.
If you build something underneath the ends of the lines before you connect them to anything, it'll make you delete them. You can build under it, but you cannot have something under it when you build the lines. It's stupid. It treats it like a pillar, but only when you're going to place track. Then there's no pillar. So, if you want to put anything right next to your stations, and this applies to all of the above ground ones, if you want to put something smack against the station, and you do that before you pull the lines out of the station, you're going to have to rebuild whatever you put under there. Once the lines are pulled out of there, you can build stuff under there, for the most part. I don't think they actually widened them, because, like, when you place them by themselves, there's still the same kind of basic skinny shit that doesn't actually go all the way to the next cell over. Like, if you look at how wide they're actually gonna be, it's that they merged, it's that they give you the free space next to them now. It's that they actually smush them to, you know. Yeah. That is super nice for this tool set to have that working that way now. Like, I'm really... I do like that. Okay, so... This needs to be one of those obnoxious cross stations, or does it? Let's see, if I build... So the trench is the one that's parallel to your road. If I accidentally get this not too bad... Okay, no, so it needs to be... Is there even a good place for it to cross without these guys ending up in a stupid place? Let's try it out a little further. And then... maybe in a little bit, I don't know. If I run it out here... That'll give... No, there's nowhere good... if I do it like... here, A could zigzag around and actually cross it like that. But if I ran it like this, then A is doing the same thing. It's the same angle. It's just depending on where you want it. Okay. So this way doesn't really work too well. God damn it, is this gonna be my winner? Not all the way out here, but like the whatever amount of space is 13 and a half. Damn it, that means that D's gonna have to trench and then come back up. You know, that's totally fine. That's better than raiding with a party of 2. Word. Great. Right as I need to take a quick restroom break. Oh, if you could pull the lamps off of that, that's even better, dude. Right? If you can pull the lamps off of them when you put them in when you do that to them, that's even better. Okay. So... I hate to do this right as I'm getting raided, but I actually need to run and use the restroom very quick. So, I'm just gonna write that down here. And I'll be back in a minute or two. Okay, I'm back. We were looking at the paths, and I was starting to build more trains and bridges and shit. Trains and bridges and shit. I was trying to figure out where exactly I want to put this station. Okay, so let me bring this line out. This is what I'm gonna do. I know what let's do. Actually, I just need the spacing from it, because I'm gonna have to drop that bridge into a trench before it gets over here. What's the spacing on those guys? It's a 13 and a half, right? I think. So there's 10, 11, 12, and 13-ish. It's like 13, something in there. I think I might be wrong. 14. No, remember, it's a 14. Just easy. You go out to 1.5 bars, which is... Go out to 1... And then back 1. Okay. I can get this to... Yeah. Stylistic. I don't want the A to go even more. Just bring it back to here. That's gonna be where it's gonna be. Fun part. We're gonna redo this so he actually drops. He's gonna stay this height over here because he's gonna be above city shit. And then by the time he gets over here, he's gonna come down a little bit. And he's gonna come down even more as he gets closer to the station. So, anybody that is out there, how's everybody doing today? I may have already asked some of you. No, the Raiders all left. Oh well. Can't win them all. Was that a party of 2? Actually, they could still be here and everybody else left. I don't know. How's everybody doing on this fine Wednesday? Wednesday. Shit. At least they're still house meetings where you can just kind of chill and, well, meetings still blow. Well, I have things no, not really. It's like, yeah, I got things I gotta do. No, not really. I have one appointment today at like 4:30, so I'm gonna stop around 3:30 and go do that, and I may or may not be back this evening. It depends on how much creative juice is flowing. So, yeah, definitely am not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I've got a lot to do too. Nope, not at all. Schedule is full of fuck all. Okay, so we're at 4. We're gonna go down to 3, 2, 1. No, just a little bit too long. Why the hell don't I run this the other way? Okay, if that's at 3, 2, 1. And it's not exact. Like, see that mess? That pisses me off. Oh, why don't I make that the part that curves ever so slightly? I'm like, the spacing on things is really fucky. And you gotta remember, I built the station off of the grid that the rails were on. So, like, what the shit? And there you go. It was easy to go from above ground to below ground because I did it all built on the same basement, foundation, whatever you want to call it, the flat ground that I built the entire project on. So, that helps. I mean, it's how they build things. If you see a construction site in its early phases, what is it? It's a big flattened piece of dirt. Huh. Yeah, and they build from there, so that might be kind of a good idea to build like that. I don't know. I don't know where I got that idea from, though. This isn't pointed at anybody here or anybody in specifically, but it's like, y'all build like you ain't never heard of a steamroller. I pull the terrain up around things. It's not like my whole city ends up flat. Downtown is going to be fairly flat, but I still pull things up in the suburbs. It's not like, oh, it's built on a flat ground, so I guess the entire city is just gonna be like flat desert. No. I'm not saying your whole city has to be flat. I'm saying if you're building a project or you're stretching a road somewhere, it helps to build it on a flat ground. Even if it changes elevation, if you build it on a flat ground, then its elevation change will be smooth, rather than being all janky because... Yeah, it's... I'm not saying all good cities are flat. No, that is not at all what the fuck I'm saying. I'm not even advocating for a flat city. I'm just saying, if you're building a project, don't try and build it on the side of a hill because your elevation clicks are going to be all over the place. If you're good at the game, you can handle that. I'm not saying it's impossible. For fuck's sake, advice doesn't mean that other ways are flat out impossible or wrong or fucking stupid.
What does it feel like to drive a cloud? What does it feel like to steer a river? What does it smell like to smell a mountain? At Jubilee, we're committed to letting you do the impossible, and now we've succeeded in letting you drive the undrivable. The Jubilee Dementia. The car engineers said shouldn't be made. Test drive one today and experience what scientists for decades claimed was beyond the realm
Oh, I'm
of
doing
safe
something.
driving.
I'm doing something this way, so that means I've never ever done it a different way. I don't know how to play any other way. I just do things in one way, and that's it, because that's what I'm doing in front of you now.
My name is Troy, and you're listening to Downtown Radio.
I don't like keys, so that means I don't know how to use them, and I'm stupid. No, I don't like them. Okay, that's not what I'm worrying about now, is working on this station. It means I need to change where this rail goes out of here. It needs to curve bridge. And right about... Okay. Personally, something I do when I pull bridges is I look at how far away the supports are from the edge, and I try to make them pretty darn close to the same distance away from the edge, because then your supports in between them are going to end up... It just looks more evenly spaced than having, you know, the support here and then the other support, you know, its first support being way out and not matching. I don't know, I just like that. You don't have to do it that way. You're not an idiot if you do it a different way. That's just something I prefer to do. Yeah, I'll just pull the power lines here. Who cares? Okay, just gonna have to re-pull them again. Nope. I feel like I'm gonna get to a point where I just build my cities behind the curtain, because some of the process of building my city confuses people. It's like walking in. It's like walking into a neighborhood that is in phase 1 out of 4 and going, I don't want to live here. It's all dirt and mountains and shit, and like that's all construction and stuff. It's like, really? Okay, well, don't see what it will be. We'll just look at it at what it is and go, ew. I don't even really like that shallow, or that steep. I'd rather be a little more. Let's go shallower than that. Yeah, there's that barely noticeable. And I'm ground level, so it doesn't matter what I use. I might as well use this high speed. It might work. Where the hell does the loop go after that? Oh, I need to label this. Which is... that's D and... Well, should I have the out-of-state through... Should I have out-of-state stop here? No. Except now, out-of-state's gonna hopefully not sit and wait to get through the station. Okay, it's D and fucking, I can't think right now. D and OS2 going through it. You know what? Yeah. It's not exactly a through one, but I will try and make it that. And this is crossed with a loop and express loop. Good lord. No, I'm gonna have... I really don't want to use the station here. I'd rather have two separate stations kinda near each other, because I need them both to have actual through platforms instead of these double platforms. Yeah, no. As much as these stations are fun, I've already got 2 of them. And using double platforms is going to make me want to have my through trains also stop, which is going to be too frequent. Because then I'd have an out-of-train state, then I'd have out-of-state 2 for here, and here, and here, all stopping, which would make 3 sets of train. No. I just want the 2. I don't want an out-of-state stopping out here, and I don't need my express lane stopping this close to the airport, where it also stops. So, I don't want my express line to basically be every other stop. There needs to be places where it skips 3 or 4, or else it's just kind of stupid. It's kind of not what I wanted to do. So, we could still have A touch ground over here. And honestly, do we even need another station? I guess we could. If they're kind of close to each other and we just have a metro that goes directly from one to the other, that's explainable because they're completely separate lines. And I know I am building one thing and then taking it back and building it the way that it was before. So, whoops. But you live and you learn. And maybe there's just so much pressure on me to do well with this city because it's like, let's all use the same box of crayons. And because it was my idea, I feel like I'm just, I don't know. I feel like it's on. It's like, it's not on. It's just for fun. Why are you worried? Right? Okay, so here's the thing. They are going to need a height difference when they cross each other. Where are my pillars at? Can you not freak out on me like that? Thank you. That's not terrible spacing across there. Fine. Okay. Do I want another station here, or is that going to be enough? I mean, I had one literally right here. Let me look at my transit line and get rid of them dots before. Transit routes. Train line 1. No, that's not what I need to do. Okay. And I put it a couple of blocks in for a reason, and it was the one that's, what, 6 or 7 spaces out? I forget. Okay, so it's not there. It's there. I think it's a 7. At least the through stations are built close enough on cell that it's not an issue. Actually, I think they're built exactly on cell, so I'm not too worried about them. And I guess I'll give it a little bit of road. You can have some road. Actually, wait a tick. I want some parking lot. This new shit with the paths is super convenient. You can actually build them next to each other and they'll mesh. Do I really have to go on to that? Fine, fine, fine. You can ask that. Come on. Where are we at? No, not that. Yeah, that's what I needed. Alright. That means you could just paint plazas shut if you know how to do it. It's so awesome! Now you can have just open walking spaces on console. Holy crap. Alright. Man, my stomach hurts. I should grab like some pretzels or something. Why does it still say no road connection? Oh, because it needs to have the road next to it. I hate things like that. You can't back the road up because this doesn't count as its road connection. It being against road, like here, counts as its road connection. Just so dumb. Could really use a fix on that one. Whatever. Okay. Let me think about what I want to do with A. I do kind of want to take it a straight line like it was before, which gives it wider loop. Okay. I gotta be back in a minute. I'm gonna grab like some pretzels or something. My stomach's kind of gurgly. Alrighty. So I guess you guys really don't want to watch me just pull train lines all morning. We should probably get to some interchanging. seems to be a little more popular. Come on, give me that. Okay. Man. What am I doing with this? Because I'm a little undecided on some of this. Guess this is gonna have to zigzag back to that. Okay, just back up here. Why are these so close that I can't make them 4 lanes? Why the hell did I do that? Alright. Like, oh, that's adorable. Why don't I make sure things fit before I drag them halfway across the map? Here. Oh, what? That's too far. Maybe? Can't tell anymore. Yeah, let's bring in another one. Okay. That's gonna have to be what it is. Don't make me lay it on the ground. Underground. Fine. And I still can't tell. That just doesn't look quite... Whatever. Who the hell? Let's get this. If that's not. It is the tiniest bit wrong.
Downtown Radio, I'm Troy. I once read that the definition of luck is when opportunity meets preparation. That's so true. I mean, throughout our lives, we work
So
hard
does this one just
better versions of it.
connect into here and then go there, or do I want to have dedicated through lanes?
Door opens, we get a chance.
I could absolutely do that.
When it
That makes a
does,
lot more sense
don't
traffic-wise.
Opportunity doesn't knock
But I just
once.
don't know where the hell to put them.
Time for the next song.
Now, if I'd done these with the 8 lanes, then I would have lots of connectors on here, and it wouldn't be that bad to actually do this. And I still have the opportunity to change that. Let me think. If I do through lanes, they could go straight through here. No. They go straight through here because this is the one with the 2-story difference. Which means I bring my through lanes through here in a trench. On. Oh crap, then how do I bring them out of here too? Do they have space to... No. man, it would save so much traffic. My other option is I do a four-way in here, which I really don't want to do. Oh, I kind of need to do a four-way in here, don't I? Crap. Okay, everyone's like, you're so good at interchanges. It's like, not really. I'm not that good at four-way interchanges, which are the ones that matter the most. Three-ways are super simple. But a four, it's like, just hurt my head. Well, if it's an interchange, it's going to be twos in the middle, or yeah, twos for throughs, and single lanes for ramps. This is not really what I wanted to do this morning. If I connect this one in a 3, or just in a simple trumpet. No, because this one has the most potential. I'd rather have a bridge here, like a highway bridge here. Then I guess I could do another highway bridge up here. Because I'm going to have this highway be a loop. So, the loop itself is going to come across the city up top. See, I've got a design that I use, that I've used a couple of times. It just takes a little bit of space, but once it's done, it looks really cool. So, I think I'm going to try and do the double trumpet down here. I must never do it on an angle. So this is going to be a little bit odd to make work. Oh, hey, how are you doing today, by the way? Completely just missed that. Let's read the comment. Yep. Oh, wait, no, that's somebody different talking. Yeah. So I could throw the double trumpet in here. Which is probably going to be the case. I don't know if I have this space on this side. That really sucks, because that means I'm going to get rid of this guy. And if I'm going to charge for it, charge for the bridge. Nah, I'm not going to charge for that bridge. 2, 3, 4. I think they may have also fixed the issue with jumping off of land. Because that used to get super janky whenever you would do that, so... They may have slick put in some, convenience things for us here. That not everyone's gonna notice right away. Which is good. Not good that they don't notice them, but good that they gave us that kind of stuff. Like the paths clicking together real easy. Or the city paths actually giving you the extra spacing in between them. Okay. So... what I want to do is go into one of my other cities. Just make sure that that sat for a few seconds after I saved it. Let me look at what it is that I want to put together. Did I use one here? Yes, I did use one here. Yeah. So, while this loads up for a second. Get a couple little pretzels in me. Try and calm my stomach a little here. Okay. Here's the four-way I want to use. I just have to look at it for a few seconds to remember what I'm doing with it. Okay. So you got basic concept is one of them, this goes through, like it's not a big deal. Actually, they both kind of cut each other. Because that's your square of through lanes here. I don't actually think they have to be spaced far apart. I think they can be spaced normal. So what you basically have is... what happens is... you've got your through lanes, cut through out of the middle there. Then you've got... that goes up here. And then this goes over here and connects with this, or gets next to this one to create a trumpet on this side. And then the same thing from over here. You've got your through lanes that drop down and go straight across. Your outsides act like normal, just normal right turns, long swooping rights. And then this guy gets up and comes over here to be a part of this trumpet over there. And that's all it is all you do is you take your left from this side and swing it over there so it can be a part of a trumpet. So... I hope you can't hear the crunching of that. But if you can, my bad. They're just little pretzels, it's not like I'm stuffing my face with a chicken sandwich. So that's kind of the idea I want to use here. Stacks are cool. I ain't got nothing against them. They're super useful and easy. Yeah, you just, like, okay, I just have to use a couple extra, I just have to make it a little bit taller. And it's fine. I used to do them all the time. And make a big old spaghetti stack. Yeah, the actual constructing of them is a little bit weird. I should start messing with them a little bit more and see if I can come up with a consistent pattern that works for me. Like, spacing-wise and cells and everything. That's something I should probably do off-stream so people don't go, why are you deleting this 10,000 times? Like, because I'm trying to come up with, you know. So, if this is what I want to build in the other city, it would make sense for me to have Okay, let's get back over to the other one. Let's see what's going on. Nonamestan. Come on, I need 3 more followers today. And then I'll be fine sitting on that number for a little bit. I'm at 66. I need my follower count to be haha funny number. One of them. Yeah. So bring that whole concept over here. Damn. Alright, I gotta close up pretzels. Maybe take another hit. I don't know if he's hanging out because he raided me, and most people that actually pull the raid don't tend to hang out because they raid because they gotta go do something. But somebody gave me a somebody gifted me a sub to Slumming, and one of his things is a 420 time. I've been absolutely loving having that in my back pocket. I could totally stack this bitch with little curly cues and blah blah blah. I don't know what that was. Let's get some more rockin' music for building roads. I really like listening to CR, but should actually see if that chases people off. I kind of assume that it does, but you never know. I'll just leave it on until somebody goes, dude, what's with the music? Like, it's part of the game. Okay, this song is too slow. It's like that took 3 seconds before I was like, nope. Okay. These are... How many pillars are... How high off the ground are these? 6? 1, 2... Yeah, no. Let's bring that down to 1s instead of 4s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So by the time I get over here... You know what? Let's have them line up in the middle. That'll... Yeah, wait. Hang on. What do I need? What do I need? What do I need? I need to get my through lanes through here with the space between them. So my through lanes... with a space between them. Should I run them all the way out here? Run them in here? Let's run them in here. Seems a little bit better. Well, if I said 420 time and then I didn't do it. That's always a good sign. It's always a funny feeling to look down at your desk and see that half-finished bowl that you thought you finished. And you're just like, oh. Happy treats for me. With a little bit of a space. Alright. Because they're going to need things to break off of the inside in order to go up and over there. So... maybe these do need to get spaced out a little bit sooner. Well, these could be the ones that... Wait, no. these might not be the right spacing apart for this. Because I know I said they don't need spacing, but I think they actually do. And I could space these guys out and make this the simple. Okay, I just completely brain farted on all of this. Which one do I want to spiral to the other one? I want the top one to spiral down to the other one. The other one needs to be up 1, 2, 3. No, it doesn't. I want it to be down here. Now, because that just makes it have to... You know, the height difference in this is just screaming for a stack. Shit. I really want to use that double trumpet. Don't know where to go to start it. No, I'm gonna keep them next to each other. No. Well, if I did do that, then I would have lots of room to make... This would just be a crazy-ass interchange if I did it starting back here. I don't think we're getting that double trumpet. The height difference between these guys just absolutely screams to be a stack. In fact, there's a difference of 6 clicks between the two of them in height, which I realize is because this one drops down, but that also means that this one can go up from here and be the same level as it, or stay even and be 1 level under this guy. So that's just a matter of what I want to do. Okay. So this level's going to be my through lanes. Yeah, all the way down here will be through lanes. And they're gonna... Oh no, I keep doing this over and over and over. Okay, so we're gonna have that. Right, because if these were 4s when they get over to the bridge, they're gonna end up being 4s by the time they get over here. Oh my god, long bridge, holy crap. 3 of them. 1, 2, 3, we'll bring that up. So this bridge actually goes down as it comes across here, it goes down a bit. Could have them go flat, land on the ground, and actually have a toll booth.
Old-fashioned family restaurant. At the Old Grain Mill always has the best service and the best home-style meals in town. We'll make sure you always leave at the Old Grain Mill with a smile and a full belly. Now, be sure that you come down to the
Commercial
Old
break.
Grain Mill old-fashioned family restaurant, and not the abandoned grain facility at the edge of town. It's not safe for visitors and poses serious risks to anyone who dares enter that old mill, which was forced to close down years ago. And we ordered our sign and uniforms before we learned of the existence of that dangerous old flour mill, so we are not responsible for what happened there on that awful, awful night. We just want to focus on making great meals every night at the Old Grain Mill. Old-fashioned family restaurant at the Old Grain Mill, from our family to yours.
Is that the intro to a Wicked House track? Or the sound of a dial-up modem connecting? I'm Jessica Statler, and this is Synthetic Dawn Radio.
I should really automate tolls. No, not economy. Policy. City planning, automated tolls. That would help that. I caught that at the last second. I'm like, whoa, them fucks is... Where are they at? Where was they doing that? Over here. Come on, guys. Well, that's because they're all basically coming from the one lane. So they're all using it like that. Yeah, that sucks. Use all the lanes, people. Come on. It's a toll booth. You think they'd spread out? Yo, the toll booth should have it spread out where all the trucks take one side and all the cars take the other. And then they have to cross back over each other again. At least these guys spread out and use the whole road. Well, they spread out. Yeah, they use the whole road. It's because when they get down here, they've got more than one op- Well, they all go this way. Whatever. The bonus is, these guys are not gonna be in my regular highway network. They're not gonna clog up my regular roads. Anything that just needs to go off map to off map, I advise you consider that first and keep it away from your regular stuff. Because if the only way to get completely across your map is to cross through your downtown, you're gonna have this kind of crowd before you have any of your own citizens. You're gonna have to deal with this kind of shit, just a constant slew of random traffic. So give them their own space to go around your city, even if it is literally up against the borders. If you noticed, I've done this in a couple maps. I did it in Riverport as well. I took two of the outside highways and gave them a leg that goes straight between them. That's just a suggestion and advice, you know. Don't have to. I don't care. Yeah, whatever. Have them clog your city. I don't give a shit. Or manage your traffic through your city well enough that they don't have to go through there. That's fine. What I really need to do is get this highway connected up. Figure out what I'm doing with that. I was figuring out this stack. I've been wanting to smoke. Let's just do that real quick. Let's start with my left turns. You seriously not gonna give me that unless I do it 2 and then drown down to it? Fine. Oh my god, you guys suck so hard. You're really not gonna let me have this. Got to all the way back here. What am I doing? Let me think about this real quick. Okay. So I've got 3 levels to play with. We've got through, rights, or through, obvious, and opposing. So what I could do is... I'm absolutely just not on this right now. Okay. So if I have this... when they come on. So, can I get this here? And that can be from there down to here. Can I even get this in here? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. Oh, definitely not. Okay. Come on, I saw it. Give me it. There it is. Oh, shut the hell up. I will move you too. I don't care. That's just a pillar needs to be moved to the side. One cell. Fine. This one doesn't because it starts turning there. Okay. I don't have any grand plan. I'm just winging this. Okay, so let's build something and then delete it right away. No. 6. 3, 2, 1. Oh, well that needs to be. This. Why? Oh, because that's above it right now. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5. Turn these off. God, shut up, stop. That just doesn't look right. I know why. Okay. So that is a left taken care of. I have no idea how I'm going to do around the rest of it. I know I've got to have this right as well. So that may have been really stupid to do there, but I don't know. It could always go down further. That could always be up higher already. Well, of course, it's not going to give me that. Sorry, this is so tedious. See, there's a dot on this guy. All the way out here? Okay. Yeah, we'll just do that. Da-da. Fine. Oh, come on, really? I know that that's possible. Yeah, what the hell? Nope, 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 come on. Got that. That. Okay, what's the other one that has to get onto here? It'd be this one onto that one. I'd rather just figure out my opposing trumpets, to be honest. Like, that would just be so much more helpful for me. Alright.
Square Packages, the packaging specialists, are proud to present a box on both your houses. The untold story of the invention of the box and the family rivalry that nearly destroyed it. It's a tale about opening your heart, finding acceptance, and inventing the most efficient means of shipping and packaging that mankind has ever known. Proving that to find what's in your soul, you have to look outside the box and into another box, which is a house. Your
God, I don't even remember how the fuck to do it.
Is the greatest box of all. Tune in every Wednesday at 8 for this once-in-a-week time television event, A Box on Both Your Houses, presented by Square Packages, the packaging specialists.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough wiggle room
I'm
in
Jessica Statler,
here.
and this is Synthetic Dawn Radio, where there's a synth for every
Which
mood,
means that
but
this
not
one
a
has to
mood
have
for
more
every
wiggle
synth.
room built into it.
True.
Now that one oh my god, what? Oh, come off of it, really? Because of the floor. Fine. Just build it all on this floor then. Like all of it, all of it. I'm really trying to remember how the hell I put that one together. Okay. Alright. Just... such a hard time with this right now. I don't want to do the stack. I want to do the double trumpet. Height-wise. Okay. Now the double trumpet has really wide arms, so I don't think it's gonna... Well, no, only in one direction. Right? These are my through lanes. And I know that my... Fuck. Can I just not think clearly enough to do this one right now? I don't feel like doing... Yeah, I don't feel like doing this one. I hate four-way interchanges. They just fuck my head so much. Just do this. Just do that. I'm just brain fried on where the fuck to put anything right now. Maybe I'm just not a good idea. Maybe it's just not a good idea for me to be trying to make an interchange right now. Just absolutely cannot think about that. Right? Because if I have these two lanes go off let me start messing with it. Oh my god, what? Do I just not have enough room? Hang on, I hate to do this. I actually am going to go into the other map and take a picture of it and come back. Which is not really a good example of it. That's an example that's just wide open. I think Riverport does not have one. Gardenia... It does, but it has some extra shit on it. Okay, I'm just gonna... Oh, I'm having such a hard time with this. I'm sorry, everybody. It's bad when, like, people say, oh yeah, you make really good highways and interchanges, and then you just get absolutely smacked in the face by trying to make a four-way when normally you're like, okay, I can at least handle it. I mean, yeah, they stumped me for a little bit. But that's because I'm trying to kind of make them either crammed together or a little bit like more flow, maybe. Not as much just ripping lanes across. Because, I mean, that's just a matter of this needs to go here, this needs to go there, this needs to go here, this needs to go there. But when you start spinning them around and shit is when it gets, like, okay. And then keeping the spacing together is another thing. So I'm literally going to come in here and take a picture of it. And just to make it really, really easy for me, I'm actually just going to take a picture of my phone. Where the fuck did my phone go? That's all the way down here. Okay. It's almost embarrassing to have to do this. Let me see if I can actually do this. See why I was sitting there going, where the fuck do I start on this? I haven't built one in like 2 weeks, and I've been thinking about trains a lot lately, so not highways as much. Okay, so which way do I want to do this? They go just on the inside? Wait, where do those lanes go? Those are... good spacing past. Okay. Past the center lines. And they go down through pillars. Okay. Okay. So they have a decent spacing from them. I need space to get. Yes, they do. It needs to be outspaced, not inspaced. That gives me the ability to move around a little bit more because none of them are overspanned. And it gives me more space here for the lanes that need to come down to that. This is a height difference of 1, so before I even get started, oh my god, you guys are just probably hating this. Do I bring that one down? Do I bring this one up? Do I have the space to make it a double height? Two, three, four. May make things longer, but it'll make me able to put traffic. I can't put traffic around it anyway. I can't put traffic through it. So it's not like it really matters if there's a height difference of 3 or 6. Because the interchange works either way. Because the interchange doesn't actually... Wait. No, I think I'm gonna do it tall. Yeah, I'll just have roads go around. I don't care. Not worried about roads going over, under the interchange as a whole. Whoa! What's all that noise? Come here. Okay, so... The first thing we need to do is put in these lines and run. Pretty sure this is where they're gonna need to go. Then do the same on this side. Not sure if that's the right height even, but 1, 2, 3. Come on, just let me get right next to it. There we go. Yeah. And then this one ends up swooping over and connecting to here. And the same thing. This one ends up swooping over and connecting to out here. And they spin. Okay. They spin. So, what I need then is... It sticks out. It goes to right underneath here. That's not the right height. All those other guys, they should be. Let's see, this goes up. Fuck. There's a ground level. Then they go up when they start the spiral. Okay. So there's a ground level. Come here. Yeah, just a little bit sooner than the other guys. And then they start to go up when they do the spiral. Am I doing this completely backward? No, I'm not. Okay. That's right, because the spiral ends up with the above. That's why it messes me up. Because that's why it was messing with my head so much. Because I would not have thought to start this in here. So it goes up 4. Yeah, I think I built it normal. So that's 5 to 4 and go up 1. Then go out here to 4. And then go to 4 and go up 1. Then that's 4. And go up 1. Yep. Wow, okay. Oh wait, no, you stay at this level because you swoop under and come out the other other side, that's right. You actually start going up. I guess I can do it here. Wait, no. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Now we'll start. We'll start. 2. How smart. I'll just do that. And that is all the way up to this height. Let's turn this a little bit more. 2. Which means that this one's going to turn a little bit more as well. Go up. And you turned a little bit too much. Whatever. Okay. So I think the pillars are going to be. This does end up being a mess of pillars by the end, but that's kind of keeps everything together. Alright. That pillar's going to be further out. This is going to have this outside guy go around it. Now, because I go. Oh shit, are they too close together that I can't? Shit. I wonder if I can get away with this. It's gonna take some really creative pillar spacing.
It's Super Salmon Days down at Fish Brothers. For a limited time, bring in any fish and get a chilled salmon entree free. You heard right. Bring in any fish and get a free chilled salmon entree. And I mean any fish. Got a swordfish lying around? Bring it in. Got a goldfish you're sick of feeding? Bring it in. Got a fish that's been sitting in the sun for a few days? Bring it in. We'll throw it in with the rest of them. What we do with the fish is nobody's business. Just enjoy your salmon $8.99 with our famous stew. So, welcome on into Fish Brothers Seafood Themed Restaurant, where everything's a great catch. Except the shrimp.
I think I might be too close.
I'm Jessica Statler, and this is Synthetic Dawn Radio.
I really gotta pull this.
Station with music made by
No,
computers.
I'm not pulling this one closer because I'm getting closer to the edge of the thing. So, let's not pull this one in more. Because then I'm getting closer to that. I guess I'll... Am I actually too close, or is this one gonna... Oh, wait, yeah. I think I am. I guess I gotta bring this one further out. Shit. I'm not super worried about the bridge, because worst case is I just turn this into regular bridge, and I can actually connect to it. It'll be fine. Excuse me. Another one. Yeah, okay, that'll be fine. Just want to make sure there was enough room for all of that mess. It's a little bit close, but it'll be. Whatever. Okay. So, what I was doing. How nice of it. That free span right there. Stay there. Okay. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's not gonna give me that space. I have to take it down here. Give me a marker. Up here. It's barely gonna want me to have that anyway. So. Yep. Okay. And then over here, what, the inside one is the one that has to stay low. I think, I don't know. And it is on the ground until it connects. Over and then 4 out, up 1. I guess 4 over and 4 out. 1. I missed something. This is not the right spot. Guess. What do you mean, am I doing this right? I was looking at my phone until I went, oh, yeah, I got this. Okay. Which way do we need to be looking at this? Do you look at it? Was not. Okay. Oh, am I building this backward? Where's my crosses? I think I may have. I mean, this side all works, right? This comes off, goes to here, comes on there. This gets off of there, goes down here. Yeah, I think that's all good. Okay, I don't know why that seemed to mess me up real bad. It's the one in between. Did I really delete that underpiece again? Just leave it here. Ding dong. And then that last one should be 5. So this is 1 pillar too short. And does that stay level or go up? It starts going up. In the middle, no, it starts going up right away. Have it stay level across the middle, and then when it starts to come up here, we'll have it go. Yeah, that's right, the short little ones. 1, 2, 3. So that one comes down to there. Alright. So. Oh, I went to the first one, past it. Okay. How far away is it? Oh, it's a full. Yeah, that's right. The long span from there. As far as I could. See where it goes. How far out did I do that? How far out I did it. To match those guys, and then I did 1, 2 floors. Come on. There we go. Ah, come on. Okay. So, I came out to match them. 2 full bars. 1, 2.
Don't you want money for nothing? Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you
do.
do.
What's the catch?
There is one.
Anyone who wants it can have it. You just have to ask for it. Our 3-day sleepaway camp is the perfect place to strike it rich. Who are we? Well, we're the #1 dream makers in the region. And you are a motivated, driven, confident individual
messed that
who
part
has a
up.
desire to make it big.
Run.
Don't
Don't
walk.
walk.
Get your heart rate above 120. This is exciting. This offer is just for you because you deserve it. Come alone. So don't wait. The early bird catches the worm, and the worm is a bus at 143 Industrial Way that leaves at dawn. So grab destiny by the horns. Go on, grab it. It's yours for the taking. Money for nothing.
Hi, I'm Greg, owner
Oh
and
my
founder
god.
of
Steel frame spots.
Due to unusually short fingers, which are a characteristic of
Dude,
my
get
family
these
line,
back to
I was
back.
unable to play
Oh, I love
spots
them
at the
both.
elite level I would have liked to. Instead, I invested my energy into getting you the lowest prices possible on
athletic gear.
Unlike the local sports teams, you can count on us every year. I fight every day to get you the best deals. I'll never drop the ball on prices, and that's because low prices and my customers' happiness are not affected by the short fingers mentioned earlier in the advertisement. Just remember, when the game's on the line, who do you count on?
This has to come out
Steel
to
frame
here. Are you
spots.
fucking with me?
That's who.
Alright.
Check out our ad in the Weekly Nickel.
It's gonna have to be short. Cut back right
Parents,
away.
Worried about rock and roll eroding the moral fiber of the nation? Tune in later as we interview Father Ricky the Godhammer DeVille, the rock star priest blending raw anthems of disillusioned rebellion with subliminal messages of piety and devotion to the Almighty.
I'd love to make that longer. You know what? Maybe I will. Wait, data cap? What? That's not a myth? Data caps? Well, I could be reading in the bad context. Missing something here? Yeah, I did this one wrong. I knew that didn't seem right. Derp. I just derped so hard. But I mean, you guys saw me looking at that going, what the fuck? Why is this? Oh, you shut I mean, I could drop to 480 if that... No, drop... I could drop down to 480 if that'll help you, but if you're just gonna do that, that works too. There, that makes so much more sense now. Alright, word. Oh shit. That's the out. Wait, no, that's the inside. I did it again. Ding dong, go inside. I was like, that doesn't look right. It's because it's not. Am I gonna finally get this one right? Yes! It makes sense now. Off, off, on, on. I was like, wait, where's my other off ramp? Right here. There we go. Derp, derp. Yeah, might as well just put the other piece in. Like, right? 160p? Jesus. So it really is just about the commentary. That's it, right there. Whew. Let me just see if I can slide this right in there. I can kind of figure out what's going on. I'll try not to move the camera too fast for you. That way then it doesn't. If something's a 1080, I can't really watch it on my desktop because it sucks. I have to turn you to, and some of you guys I can't turn down because I don't know why, it just doesn't give me that option. Well, thank you for the lurk. Nope, nope, don't draw it from there. I'll give you that stupid thing. Let's draw it from here. And go. Oop. Alright. All you pointed the right way, I hope. Let's see. Right and back. Right and back. Nope. Nope, not right and back. There we go. Right and back. And right. Back. And right and back. Okay. I probably could have double off those guys, but that's fine. That gives me a lane for here and a lane for there. Dedicated. Boink, boink. Alright. No, I don't know if I can do it right now. Yeah, I got that shit. Alright. Now you see why I'm like, oh, I'd rather do that over a stack. Shit is slick. Don't get me wrong. There's slick-ass stacks. I know that. I'm just gonna have another one of these. Probably take these guys a little bit further. How far out is my land pushed down? Oh, not much further than this. Okay. That's fine. Just iron a little bit more out here. And then, pull these out another bar. 2. Care. So you really care? Yeah. That's not exactly straight on there. Yeah. It'll bug me. I don't know why, but it'll bug me. You don't need to worry about you. Wait, what? Now you don't need to worry about usage? Oh, you're on the shitty public, so you don't need to worry about it. Okay. You're on that Bucks Wi-Fi. Whatever local Starbucks happens to be there. I'm on that Mick Wi-Fi. Oh, come on, really? Fine. I will start it out here. It's because of the angles and everything. It's just... Yep. Oh. Herder. I guess if I really wanted to, I could make these look better. And pull them off as double offs and make it look a little less spaghetti, but... the fact that they're individual. I mean, they'd be individual lanes otherwise, too. Because, like, if I had a 2-lane come off of here and go flat for a second, and then this guy come off of it, and that one come off of it, yeah, whatever. If it was a closer height, then yeah. Actually, I think this always has to be built with your over lanes have to go over. So you always need at least this 6 cells or 6 clicks in between your over lanes and your between each of your 3 lanes, because they go in between them. Yeah, it's flexible. You can put it in different height configurations. You could put it where the through lanes on this one start at 3 and then go up to 6 to cross over, and then all of these guys would end up being flat to it. But then you'd have to worry about like the height of this guy and everything. I don't know. I did one of them that way. I think the one in Gardenia is done like that, where the over lanes from the one side usually go up and then back down. It's like, I don't think I'm quite that much space, do I? No, not really. My offs were really close to each other. But I want my ons to be at least 2 bars apart. So maybe I don't have to come quite as fast on this one. So what I'll do is... Oh wait, but that means I'm gonna need it to be 3. Okay. Because it'll be 3, 3. And this one comes off. And this is actually going to be kind of a sharp one here. Yeah, I highly doubt this is going to give me anything I want, but I'll try it. Oh yeah, you're all the way out. You know what I could try? I could just try and get them the other way around. No, that's not going to work, and then I would need to do it on this side as well.
Say cheese, it's Cheese Week at Big Bite Burgers and Fries. All this week, in addition to our regular menu, try our all-you-can-eat signature sides, like our famous bowl full of melted cheese, served steamy and bubbling. It's the bottomless chubbler. Or our New Orleans-inspired pork sandwich, the Pig Cheesy. And our signature flagship, the spicy blue cheese top jalapeno cheese blucher. So hurry in and get them while they last. After all, why take a little bite when you can take a big bite?
Oh, that's just getting ridiculous.
You're listening to Synthetic Dawn Radio with Jessica Statler. Tune in and dance your way through the rat race.
Ew. Yeah, I mean, it's an okay loophole, but it's just slow because it's the public. Okay, so which way do I have to do this one? Come on, just give me the damn space. There we go. Okay, so I had to do that one that way. That's just excessive that it has to go all the way out here because this one. I mean, or I could try and do this one. See how soon I can get. See how soon I can get this one on here. Because if I can get it on here, and have the other one out there, well, it'll be just as long and stupid. Maybe. Look quite as awkward. Because I definitely can't get this one over here. Right? I mean, the closest I'm willing to go is, well, yeah, like here. And even then, that's not the angle I want. No, the rock. I know the rock is built real close. Whatever. I already got rid of one on the other side. So. No, of course not. Come on. Got it. Okay. For some reason, that is slightly more okay. Alright. makes sense that the longer turn is the one on the outside that has to go down 6 clicks instead of just 3. Come on, give me the damn spot. No! I want that one. If I have to take it this way, I will. I don't know if this is gonna fit in here. Yep. That's cool. That's cool. Like the closest. Awesome. Okay. Was that everything except for just running the ends off of this? Bam. It might not be the prettiest, but good lord is it fun to watch when it's going. So, just give me just a second here. I'll be back in just a minute. I drink way too much water. Hydrate, by the way. Let's see what else is going on here. There isn't really much of a need for any traffic on there, because I don't have anything else really built. So I guess if I were to build a bridge that I want from there, show up at ground level. Or do I want to spread them out a little bit and use the 8 lanes? Kind of want to use the 8 lanes. These actually just cause congestion. 8 lanes alleviate it a little bit, which means that these guys need to spread out just a tiny bit. Not a big deal. All I need to do is come out here. Do that. This works. Oh yeah, word. They just need to be, what, 2 cells forward? Or we'll just keep that line. That's what's up. We'll keep that line if I turn it around.
Coast to Coast Radio with Tony G here, with you all day and all through the night.
So that gives me options. I could take a highway and put it in the trench, and then also have some surface road. Yeah, also have some surface roads. So that may be something that I do. Let's see, we'll come out here. This would be right back to the regular highway spacing. Yep. means that I can just as easily... Let's do that. Let's do it with this. Jeez, man, what the fuck was that? So I think what I'm going to do is... Do I have a trench level anywhere here? No, I do have it here, though. And that's the same height. Like, that's the same ground level out there as it is in here. So... I think what I can do then is... actually bring it down just a little bit. And then... Let's do that. Sweet. Okay. What do? Oh yeah, that do. Okay. Nah. Let's do it this way. I'm doing alright, how you been? I was kinda, like, not sure, like, I had really bad creative block, like, all weekend. It sucked.
Coast to Coast Radio, you're just in the right spot with Tony G. Soaking up the atmospherics tonight and getting ourselves in con. I know a lot of you listeners will be heading out to check out what's new in the comic and video game world, and I'm planning on indulging in a little cosplay myself, bringing out that inner warrior. Call in and let me know which character you dress as and why. One lucky winner will snag an all-expense-paid trip to the big event, courtesy of Coast to Coast. Great deal, guys. One word of warning, though. It's dangerous. So take me.
Yeah, just tired and just couldn't really think straight, I don't know. Just didn't really have any... It was kind of just, like, I'd play something and be like, no, I don't like that. I just hated everything that I was doing, and I couldn't think of anything good. I couldn't really think of much to do either, so I kind of tried to stay away from it for a few days, and instead of doing that, I just, like, sat around and worried about it, so it was kind of stupid. I just never need to push myself too much with it. Okay, so... How'd you fucks end up with no power? You definitely had it. the line that I just fixed. Okay. Well, didn't exactly fix it. Aha! There we go. Okay. I mean, the break helped, kinda, not really. I mean, it did, but it's not like I really spent that much time. I didn't really pick up a different game, I just didn't play anything. So, not exactly sure if I like what's going on here. I mean, I guess it should also have lanes that drop down into there, right? It should be full exit, full dumbbell exit. It shouldn't just be half dumbbell exit because of the bridge. That's definitely what needs to happen here. Which means I'll have a pillar in the middle if I switch these to 3s. Which means I can have the space on the outside for the ramps. Maybe a little rough to catch the pillar in the middle, but I can. Blam. Alright. Now I just need to pull some hill. Got a nice little flat spot in here I want to land on. Boop, 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 boop. Alright. And, don't want to have these all funky intersectioned. Could do exit stop. Yep, I'll just do it that way. Okay. And I'll actually just start dipping from over here, so that they can be next to each other and they won't be at crazy different heights. Hold this. I started it last weekend because everybody got the train stuff, and I said go ahead and start it. You didn't get that part of it? That was part of what everyone was saying Friday night when the train stuff came out, and some people have been doing it. I mean, I guess I played it. I started it Saturday morning and a little bit Friday night, but that's not the city that I'm actually doing now. I crumpled that one up and threw it out. Yeah, I thought the memo was like, yeah, go ahead and start it now. There were a couple people that were like, well, I really just want to start now. And I'm like, you know what? It doesn't matter. Just go for it. I don't give a shit. I mean, it's not that big of a difference. You play every single day, so you'll catch up pretty quick. There's some of us that haven't been, like, you know, I just took 3 solid days of not playing. 3.5 if you count the fact that I didn't do anything Saturday afternoon or evening or anything. Like, I got the train stuff Friday night, started a city, and then stopped streaming Friday night. Then I worked on that city Saturday morning for a few hours, and almost nobody watched, and then I didn't play until, I didn't stream again until now. So, I didn't exactly start early, but yeah, it was, we lifted the gate on that last weekend. We were like, just go ahead. So, yeah, just go ahead. I was wondering, I'm like, is he in on this? Because he's not started it or doing it. I thought you were all for it. I thought maybe you had started it already, but we're like getting it built up behind the curtain. You know, like I didn't do everything on stream on this one. I did a lot of the, well, I mean, just look at the beginning of this stream and you'll see what I already had done. Oh, shut up with that land. We'll go 5 in the middle. How about that? We'll pop top it a little. Cute. Alright. Alright. Nice that that actually works out. I kind of went a little further in though, because of the height difference. The land and everything. Let's see if I can just grab it here. You were gonna start the very first stream that would have been inside the window. You're like, I was gonna start the morning of the 28th, like at midnight. No, like 4 a.m. It's Swamplands because we got all this train stuff, and it. Oh, word! Then you'll have plenty of time. Yeah, we switched to Swamplands because Enclave didn't have any outside rail, and they just handed us a bunch of train shit. And Swamplands has a lot of water and stuff you could play with as well. It's not like we switched it to a desert just to say screw whoever's playing the keys. No. We switched it to Swampland because it's got some options as far as what you want to do. And if you're into keys, good God, you've got some key options. Just be very careful with this river, because if you slow down this river too much, if you make the if you raise the resistance, the moving resistance in this river too much, you'll flood the back of this. Just be careful if you can't buy those tiles to control it. What I did is I actually created a separate pump network. I actually did a closed network that just picks it up here. It's not connected to the rest of the city network. See how it has no sewage access? All it does is take from that river. It used to also take from where it would trickle down, and then I was like, wait, why don't I just take it from the river itself? And it all dumps down out here. So, cool. The actual... I'm not actually using any of the river water for my city. I'm using... yeah, dude, Swamplands. We're all playing Swamplands. There'd be no point in switching to and playing an Enclave one, because we were all like, nah, dude, Swamplands. But I'm going to use inland water for this one. They're going to drink out of water towers, and we're going to put it back into groundwater. That way I don't mess with the rivers or this one. If you don't own this tile, if you change the resistance of this to be too fast, that'll flood. It'll flood out your train track here that you have no control over. And this is just really shallow marshland. So I'm gonna put a university around it. So that's what's up with that. Yeah, everything's the same except for the fact that we started it last week and we switched it to Swamplands. While I was streaming Friday night, I was definitely in here saying, hey, somebody go tell Noob that this is what we're switching. And they were like, oh yeah, he knows. I'm like, yeah, he knows, he's good. I'm like, okay. I was trying to, like, tell people, like, hey, somebody run over and tell him that. I should have just messaged you. My bad. There were a couple players who were offline at the time who I just messaged. Because I was like, well, I don't want them to... But I knew that you were streaming, so I was telling people in my stream last Friday night. It's like, hey, somebody tell Noob this, make sure he knows that. Hey, where's Bob? Does he know that? I was like, yep, I got it. Yes. Yep, that's exactly it. We switched it to Swamplands and we started because the DLC came out. Yep, cool. It's like he plays every day. He'll catch up quick. Okay, I haven't hit play on that one yet. What the hell was I actually doing? Oh yeah, I was working on this. That's right. Before I started going off about water supply and shit.
Colossal Ore. We are the leading producer of minerals, ore, and natural resources, which means you're benefiting from our services whether you know us or not. No matter what our critics say, at Colossal we care about our employees as well as our customers, which is why we worked so hard to get our miners back in the
Hey,
mines
Jess,
where they feel
how you
at
doing
home.
today? Jessica.
Together,
I shouldn't
we can
shorten that without
reunite
asking.
minerals with the people who love them. Colossal Ore. More than ore.
More than ore. Yeah, plastic as well.
Ever get that spooky sense that you can talk another language and you never realized it? Like a deep psychic sense that you've inherited some intuitive knowledge. Shawabup, dzip, right? I mean, what language is that even? Is it
I'm doing all right. I had a
Tibetan
pretty
or
bad case of
Alsatian
creative
or
block
what?
over the weekend, so I'm back now.
Somewhere way
By the
out
weekend, I
in
mean
the
like
biosphere, some alien
half a
being
Saturday, all day
nodding
Sunday, all
in
Monday, and all
agreement with
Tuesday,
me
so
this
bleh.
very instant. And I got no idea what I
Not
just
exactly
said, but
back off of it,
they
but you know.
do. What if in their universe nodding their head means they're hungry? And they want to eat me? Well, I hope I just told them. But please don't. I'm way too chewy.
No, I build when I'm bored,
Communication
and I like the
can be
reiteration,
tricky, folks, so
or
be
whatever it is. I like
careful
the
out there.
repetition of
Let's just
board
have a
builder.
little more
Blah, blah,
music
blah,
while
blah.
I dig
You know.
out my alien interference helmet.
I just keep pushing that. Just keep at it. Good God. 321k. What the shit? I gotta stop in like an hour. I have an appointment I gotta do, and if I have a lot of creative fire under me, I will just be back afterwards. It sucks. I'm actually having a very good stream. You're asking her how it's running, because mine isn't even up and alive yet. I'm still putting in my spine. Yeah, how is it going with a 320,000 population on console? Are you on PS4 or PS5 generation as far as hardware? Because I'd imagine if you're running it on like a 4, it's just gonna chug ass so bad and just slug. That's my assumption there, is like, I'd hope you're doing it on a 5. Okay, so I've also got this rail that needs to go to connect to something. Something. A loop with the express line goes through it. So I could split them up. Let me think here. we take it and go again right away when we kind of this monitor's being dumb. Alright. I hope it's being stupid and it's not like me dropping. I may have missed the last message or two. Oh no, I didn't. Okay. Running smooth. Oh wow. Oh wow. So I think I'm gonna take... I don't need another station right away, because I have one right here. And, well, the airport, that's entirely its own thing. But if I have one here, then I don't think I need one right here, but I kind of think I will need one by the time... Okay, so this line is gonna be... It's a loop, so eventually it ends up down here to connect to this guy. So I'm gonna want the express stop to stop outside of the gated community. Which means I'm gonna want another stop somewhere before there, but this needs to be at a different height than that guy. So it's gonna start its slow ascent. Shit, it can start as well. It can start its slow ascent all the way back here. Because it just needs to be 1, 2, 3 clicks higher than this guy. And then... drop back down... here. And have a regular station. And then come down here. Actually, let's see. If I do a station, I'll give it 1, 2, 3, 4 bars worth of space to pop a station there. On the edge of some forestry. Then I'm gonna head up here. Let me make sure I've got everything ironed. Huh. Yeah, that is weird that you're not... Well, there may be a difference between a little bit of performance loss and not running smoothly. You know. Like, there's... that performance loss that you notice she may not care as much about. Either that or clean your freaking console, noob. No. Yes, I did pick up the train ones and the bridge ones Friday. That's part of what I'm messing with right now. I mean, that's what this rail I'm literally building right now is, and this station, that station, blah, blah, blah. That one, basically all of them that I'm using in here so far. So yes. Yeah, when you run the game on 3-speed, once you get up above, you know, certain number of citizens, it starts to slow its ass down a little bit. Really easy way to see if anybody has the DLCs, the new ones, if they're building roads, they either do or don't have this last tab. If they have it, they've got the most recent DLC. And the same thing if they're building transit stuff. If they have the last tab, which you can see no matter what menu they're working in, you can see whether or not they have the creator one. As of right now, while there's only those creator packs. As they start adding more, then that tab will become a common thing. Like the creator tab for special buildings has more than just one set from creator stuff in it. But as of right now, the only creator ones for transit are the new ones, and the only creator ones for road are that one. Yeah, on 1 speed. Yeah, that's why. If you play the whole game on 1 speed, you're not actually trying to push it quicker, so it can probably just handle it. Okay. So I am ironed out to here. Mark that I want to put a station here. You know what? Let me just put the damn thing here. It's going to be a through, correct? Yes. It's going to be that overground train through Johnny. Elevated bypass. Yeah. Above ground through John. You know what I mean. I'm not going to keep my land when I build my city itself. I'm not going to keep it flat. I just have everything flat while I rip the rails and roads across it. Alright, let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, the train one is probably the one that everybody's... Well, it depends on your build style. If you're super into keys, then that's where I'd throw my only $5, but if you build transit and stuff, it's not just trains, they also gave you a bunch of metro toys as well. The trains and metro stations are well worth the $5. Or whatever amount. I skipped the radio stations this time. I'm usually a little late on the radio stations. I just get them when I'm sick and tired of the music I currently have. No, this is Coast to Coast. This is one of the ones that came out next to Sunset Harbor. So, it's a little on the calmer side, but it's all good. I need like the college one and the new ones, but I'll worry about that later. It's kind of a not now thing. Loop needs to get down there. So then this station, we're gonna have this one on the other side. This one's not going to be a through, it's going to be a dual island, because it's going to carry them. It's going to keep them both. Oh, that's super rude, though. Nope, it's going to be a through. There isn't going to be an express to the gated community, but at least I'll have a train station. how far away? Oh wait, yeah, it's the same one I just used. That's right. Derp derp. Okay, so that needs to come down here. So I'm actually going to build it all on this space, on this floor, so that the sweep is nice and even. No, do not keep your city this flat, but if you're building infrastructure, it helps to have all of your, well, not all of it, it helps to have elements of your infrastructure built on the same floor if you have a hard time keeping things smooth, all on console. It helps a lot. And then, roads and rails and stuff stay where they are after you move the land around them. So, build them, and then move the land where you want afterwards. It's kinda how things are built. Like, yeah, I noticed a lot of love for Synthetic Dawn. Synthetic Dawn would be nice if its jingle wasn't part of a song that it plays every 3 songs. I like Synthetic Dawn, but that one song, it will get old quick. And concerts, oh yeah. Everybody loves concerts. I'll actually listen to the country one when I'm not online. I'm not streaming. Okay, what's my height difference here? So that's at a 4. This one's gonna come in and it's gonna be at a whopping... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13. So we're gonna come down to 12. I only have to get down to 4. So I'm at a 12, I need to get down to 4, so halfway there is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this should be the other 5, 6, 7, 8. Of course, I can't see that from down here. So I'm just going to pull this straight here and then delete the parts that I know. Because I know I'm not going to end up putting it here, but that'll give me the line. 5, 6, 7, 8. And that is an easy way to get a long swoop. And then you pull the land up and build bridges and things around it. But in order to get your infrastructure smooth, you gotta rip it first. That's why I'm really into getting things right the first time, because it's really hard to retrofit things smooth. Now, I wouldn't say I'm a fan of country music, because when people think country music, they think that pop country garbage that's about tailgating and trucks. No. That's... yeah, you can tell my opinion on that. So... and everybody assumes that all Americans like that, and fuck no. Well, yeah, I figured that on account of how you were talking about money. I'd just like to clear up that just because I will listen to some of the country, just because I will listen to the country music in this game, does not make me that over-the-top, stereotypical redneck shithead that loves pop country that's about drunk driving, date rape, and pickup trucks. Like, that's not me. And trust me, I don't like that guy either. Because the country in this game is not the country that that stereotypical douche canoe lists to. But I understand it's not appealing to foreigners either way. Which is why I don't stream with it on. Because I know everyone would go, wow, he's a redneck who hates everybody. Because I listen to something that is not pop country. Alright. So what's up with these trains? They make these things that you plug it into the wall and you plug the other end into your phone, and it helps prevent that. It helps prevent phone die. Okay, I guess I should bring in another exit or something. Need residences. You know what, I'll just bring this back up to city level for now. Just iron this back out. See, and you bring your land. Oh. But then you have your land do other stuff around it. You don't just have your entire city be built on a flat. Downtown can be built flat. That's done a lot. Doesn't have to be. There are cities that... There's just so much variety that there aren't really any, like, never do this, never do that. It's like, you can do it, but it might end up a clusterfuck. Which would be the equivalent in real life. It's like, yeah, it's done, but it's not exactly efficient. Come on, smooth that out. If I sat on it longer, it would smooth more. The fact that this game forces flat on the properties that you zone means that in order to get this game to look better, you do have to basically have it in plateaus. You can't just have everything on the side. I mean, you can, but you have to be able to cover it up and build around it, you know. But the fact that your average property forces flat, there are very few properties in this game that actually ride the terrain. Forestry and farm stuff, those ride the terrain, thank goodness. If I had a crop field that had to be perfectly flat in order to plant it, I would be pissed off. Like, that one would really suck. So at least those conform a little bit. You know, some of the industry things conform, but like not any of the, like, you know what I mean. And I'm sure those of you that do like intense detailing, I'm sure there are assets that force flat that piss you off, like the gazebo, for example. I use that enough to know that it forces flat, and that would irritate the shit out of me if I was trying to build a gazebo on the side of a hill. And it has, and then I've learned not to put that in my plans now. You know, it isn't because I don't want to, it's because the game will make it look like shit. So... Of course your airport traffic is killing you. You have 320,000 people in your city. Which is a lot for console. They still force flat where they sit. A little bit. And then if you don't have them as the same height, like if you don't have that, then if you're trying to building match... No, but because you have such a high population, you're going to have just a lot of tourists just visiting your people in general on top of, I'm assuming that you didn't skip out on unique buildings and stuff, so, you know, you would have some tourist travel. And business travel, you may have some citizens that live there and work in other cities, is my assumption. I don't know. But So when you say airport traffic, do you mean the traffic of people driving to and from the airport, or you have a ton of planes landing? Or did you fall victim to your airspace got glitched? Did you just have a halo of planes flying over and they don't land? Because I hate when that happens. That's like, great, I'm going to throw away my city now. Because even if you delete the airport, they still do it. They're stuck. Peeps driving there. Yeah, that's something that I should work on, is try and get my highway through here. I am getting a little bit closer to when I need to wrap things up, though, unfortunately. But this means that I've got more pieces that I can at least start putting an A-line together in here. You know what would have been nice with the train packs? Some freaking vehicles. I thought that might have been how to change a line to high speed. Nope, can't change the model. Why is that even a thing in console? I mean, for buses, I'm aware, but like, just don't put it on. Just don't put the model passenger train. Could we maybe... That would have been the smart way to change something to a high-speed train. It has to be a high-speed train and on a high-speed line. But no. Could they have given us another... Could they have given us old-school steam trains? Now, if you delete the airport that's got a halo of planes stuck above it, they'll keep going. It's super stupid. Oh, the express loop goes through here, too. Okay, so if this is A, it'll be on the outside tracks all the time. Through station, dual station, nothing. Okay, I haven't connected that up yet, but that's okay. We'll still get the general idea of what is going down here. Express. Dang. I don't know where the fuck. Where am I going with that? Are we here? Are we here? Are we at purple? Are we at purple? Dang. No, won't let you do it on an island. That's right. You can't shuttle a train on a center island platform. It's really, like, why not? But, whatever. You can if you turn it around, but you can't start and stop a line on the center. It's kind of dumb. Like, it really won't let it. Really? No, it won't. Okay. Create it over here. And then, once I get the loop completely in, then they'll all be on the platforms they need to be on. But until then, it'll let you shuttle it if it's not your first click. Like, if it's not your point of origin, it'll let you shuttle it on the middle. Otherwise, did it really force that back to the center? So I can't do this because I don't have... Oh, okay, well then I guess I can't do the express line until I have a complete loop. That's fun. Huh. Where you at, trains? Come on. There we go. Alright, be right back. I'm sorry, your traffic flow is less than 56%? $40? $40? What the fuck? 40? Oh, no, yes, it's under 56. Okay, you were answering that one. My bad. And less than 40. Yeah, no, you see why I don't want to, go for a huge population crunch? Or maybe that's why I should? Okay, look, if I were to go after a population crunch, my city would just look like a machine. It would have things spaced out mathematically. It would not look anything close to what I normally build if I were to just go pop crunch. So I'd be like, okay, so I'm gonna need a metro station every 4 blocks in this direction, and a bus that stops every 2 blocks in this direction, trams that go up and down these every 3rd road, trams that go up... Yeah, no. It would be... It wouldn't even be fun to watch. It would take me forever and a half to build, and then it would be, wow, look at that, and that'd be it. Like, 36... Jesus. God. That made me sad. 36% traffic flow. You have a damn good reason for it being that low, though. That population is just nuts. So, get a little bit of a pass on that. You get a situational explanation, it's fine. Alright, I'm actually starting to get some things popped up here. Now I have to be smart and not put a freaking bus station at every train station. I need to still space out my bus depots, and I don't think I'm really going to use any more than just that one bus line, or not bus line, that one bus depot in the middle of the city. I might put another bus terminal, because this is bus metro. This is the bus one with the metro cross underneath it. I'm going to try and use that 5-way underground bitch. I'm going to try and use this one somewhere else in the city. I don't know where. I might have to make like a central square up here in order to make that reasonable. But I decided to go with bus metro down here. It's the one that's got the cross metro and the normal number of bus lines. So, I've got my bus loop hidden in here. See how it's on the outside of a bus loop? Oh. Back in the day, I've had bad traffic, but that was back in the day. And even then, I think it was only the first couple of cities. That was one of the first things I figured out how to mess with and get to work at least the way I'd want them to. Within reason. It's not like, they can't do everything that I want them to do, but they do everything that I expect them to do. Because I know what they're gonna do and what they're not. Because you just have to know... Like, you can't just go, the AI is dumb, so I give up. No, you have to go, the AI is stupid in this way. It's not intentionally annoying, it's just doing what it's programmed to do, and if you figure out what and why it's doing it, then you can at least try to work around it. I'm not getting on you about your traffic. You're totally fine with that much population and the traffic being fucked. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying in general. Because I've seen some people that just, like, when they talk about console, they go, yeah, traffic's always going to be just shit on console. I'm like, no, you can learn it. Just because you can't manipulate it doesn't mean that it's not usable. It just makes it more of a game. And having to figure out your way around it. And even then, it'll come back and bite you in the ass. And then you learn the lesson and you move on and you try not to do that in your next city. And eventually you have so many lessons under your belt that when you go to start a city, you just get completely locked up and you don't know what the fuck to do. Because you're like, what if that? What if that? What if this? What if that? And it's just bad. So. Okay, so I know the cargo needs to keep going through here. Ew. That's on the wrong side of the tracks for that gated community. Of course, that gated community could... Do we even need to be a gated community up here? Like, I mean... If I put the community on a hill and I have the rail go under it, that's the move. Okay. I guess this is gonna be like a trench level when I'm... Well, that's not really gonna be a trench level, is it? Shit, okay. What level is it gonna be as it passes through here? So it could come through here and dip down and hit the side. And then that'd be fine. Let me see how big of a pit I'm gonna want. Info views... Or... Okay, so I'm gonna want the pit to be... Okay, I can come around here. If I drag the pit out a little bit further this way. So let's just do that. Let's drag the pit out a little bit further this way. Okay. And we're just gonna... roads I'm doing. Is that even flat? Or does that go up? I think that goes up. Let's see. Oh no, it's flat. Cool. Good eyeball. So then I'm going to want to bring this guy around to... I don't know any way for it to rate attractiveness other than just you have a bunch of stuff that adds up to an attractiveness rating and you don't have a lot of pollution, crossed with other stuff that care about it. I don't know. It's not like it can look at it from any kind of, it has to look at it statistically. So there's got to be some exploit available in there where you just take something that's ridiculously attractive in the city and just spam it all over, and even though it just looks like copy and paste, the system goes, yeah, no, that's great. Not at all saying that is the case. Saying that, how does it actually rate that? Because, like, you could have a city that has nothing on it, and it's just a blank map, and the attractiveness rating is nothing, or garbage. But somebody that likes nature would be like, that's more beautiful than a city. And they like it. So, like, that's a rating that's kind of opinionated. So I don't know how the hell they actually get that. Like in Roller Coaster Tycoon, you could boost your attractiveness just by having a shit ton of props. Which meant you could just have a bunch of walls. Okay, what am I doing here? I've got that worked on. I need to get the cargo. That can't be the last place I have cargo. I've got to have it pop out somewhere else. Oh, yeah, down here it's gonna pop out. Okay. That's gonna have one in here. Drop to the dot, back 1, 2. Okay, that's that. Yeah, that makes sense. How? Am I gonna have to... Oh, I saw it. It was in there. Yep. Wait. Oh, hell no. Why is it... Okay. What the hell is that? That is terrible. That's like make up your mind bullshit. Alright. Just build something, step back, and go, ooh, no. I didn't really have a... did not have a plan for this when I started it. Probably got enough to get over that. Nope. I could just make it super deliberate and have it come out here and then actually just straight up cross it. Okay, that does not need to pop top like that. Jeez, oh man. A little better. I think that's entirely too high. Like, twice as too high. So I think the level I'm looking for is actually this one. Yep. Oh my god, no, 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 don't. I'm about to get off. I have an appointment. I can't do that right now. I've gotta go. Fuck. It doesn't look like it. Thank you so much, but holy crap, like I can't, like I would probably just skip my appointment if I had that. To be honest, I'd be like, well, I'll just go tomorrow. I would absolutely panic, dude. I do not, no, I have too much anxiety for that many people dumped into my lap at one time. I'm built up to that. Especially since my city is just not, put together yet. I know. So, I'm assuming that it did not go through, which is kind of a thank God thing for me, because, yeah. I was just thinking to myself, like, I really should stop, like, now, and just be like, alright, I'll be back in a couple of hours, which I guess I will. I'm gonna have to do that. Because if I don't, my numbers will start to go up, and then I want to stay, and I can't do that, so, Jesus Christ, dude. Just the thought of that started to make me panic a little bit. I mean, I can't. I have to go. So, I don't know whether or not, nah, I probably shouldn't stick around, because if I get raided and then leave right away, that's way worse than not being able to get raided and see me next time. Yeah, alright. So on that note, thank you everyone who's watching this live. Thanks extra to commenters and everyone. Thanks Slumming for raiding me with a party of 2 a little bit earlier. Is Chester up right now? I was gonna say, I didn't even look. Chester. Yes, let's go raid Chester. I didn't even look to see who else is on, but let's raid him before I get raided, because I gotta get out of here. Alright, thanks everybody. I don't know when I'm gonna see you guys, hopefully later on today, but until then, everybody have a good one. Let's go see what Chester's up to.